Alright, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far, hope everyone's having a good one. God damn it. Fucking do what I told you to do. Yeah, I'll do. Alright, as you can see, I'm actually back at working on the project, again, properly. Like I said I would. This is the month of me pulling my shit together and getting progress made. I've done a lot of little prep stuff here. I'm trying to format things correctly. I've got a couple of things I need to go sort out to make this easier and more consistent, and that's what I'm going to be doing now. I'll probably be doing some more art as well today. We'll see how it all goes. Yeah. I've got a lot of things planned now. I've got a lot of things set up for now. So we're actually seeing progress again in this game. Admittedly, though, I will openly state that the progress is still going to be fairly lackluster for a while. Because a lot of this is going to be foundational prep work that I have the advantage that almost all of the stuff I'm doing currently, there is no way I can fuck it up in a way that means I can't track where something went wrong. It's actually why I'm spending so much time on this. It's ensuring safety nets are done. So, give me a second. Where do I need to go look for what I need? As an example, and I think it's, there it is. So that is how that is done. Yep. Alright. But yeah, hope everyone's weekend was good so far. I can't do that, but can I? I don't remember, because I don't think I can do... I think that's what I did before, and I'm not sure where I've tested this. You're gonna open like I told you to? Cool, there you are. It's actually kind of nice to have a bit of a relaxed stream day as well. I just want to mention that over having the stress of the game. There is a niceness to this. Okay, I think it's the stuff that I'm looking for, JSDoc. Name, parameter, description. I don't think I can set a pre-set value to this though. Prescribe. Functions in them, you can add comments for each of them before its declaration. No, it looks like I can set a value, so... Parameter boolean enabled. Okay. So then that sets the thing. Yeah, so I can't set it there. Hey, yeah, how's it going? Description, parameter type name, and descriptor. Yeah, so I can't preset that value there. That's fine. Name. There we go. What am I making? So I have been working for about a fair bit over 2 years now on this game. This is a Vampire Survivors-like styled game featuring VTubers from the general community of VTubing as a way of kind of celebrating the awesomeness that is the community and viewing it at its best. At this stage in time, we've only got a handful of characters in, but I'm currently rewriting the entire project into a new project purely because some of the code is really outdated. Since it was me getting back into programming, having not done it for like 5 years. So, as well as never having made games before. I've made software, I've not made games. How do I set this as a... asset GM sprite. There we go. 2 years. Keep in mind as well that was while I was studying a degree, and while I've been streaming as well. So there was a lot of weeks where it was basically at most maybe 5 hours of work on it. And the game, keep in as well, on top of that, all art assets I had to do from the ground up. Or pretty much all art assets. Like, this here is what the game currently looks like in the old version. So if you give me a hot moment, I'll launch it out. Because it does take a moment to load. But yeah, like, during my second degree, I was working on this game, which meant that I could sometimes just not work on it at all. And admittedly, recently, since I moved, I didn't do much work on it, and that's just because I've had other things as a concern. Say what you will to that comment. Hey, Kit, how's it going? Alright, here we go. But yeah, so all the art assets you see here are done by myself. And some of these characters aren't fully working as of yet. Like, I know for Morcor is still touch and go on how its function is working. Mainly the AI. But as an example, I'm going to drag this up here so you can see the full stuff a bit more. You can go into the game and fight enemies. And it's about killing bosses as fast as you can. So you have to kill enemies to get bosses to spawn to repeat process. So yeah. This is what I mean by 2 years worth of work. And all of these characters have individual kind of kits. There's also an assist mechanic, so you can select a character, say, as an assist. Currently, this has set it as iMouse. Have you heard of Bone Tail? The game I made, and it's kind of the same as your... admittedly, I have not heard of that, I will say that, but I'm also really terrible for looking at games nowadays. I don't play very many games, and that is a fault of purely I don't have time to. Which is the pain of working and game dev and all that. You play as the Undertale characters though? That's kind of cool. Always cool to see Undertale representation stuff. Anime game you made. That's pretty cool though. But also, it's the difficulty of fan-made project, solo developer takes ages, right? Kind of bug you need to fix. I understand that feeling. Have fun. Thank you for stopping by. And then this will be another string. And then, gotta love that. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Gotta love really dumb and obvious parameter like descriptions. Name is the skill's name. The icon is the skill icon. The description is the skill description. I will have to add more to the skill description thing because I'll probably have that edited. Alright, I should also add the actual description in here, which is, there we go. So how do I preamble it as a function? Just full name function? Yeah, full name function, full, with capital. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so initial is function triggers at object skill start. Function triggers during skill run. And then function triggers at end of skill. Alright. I swear there was a way to put in a default through this still. But like, clearly I'm wrong. Alright, there we go. Hey, you devil, how's it going? Can I describe all parameters? Is there? There's something. Hey, yeah? How's it going? Making characters online for your second D&D group right now? Nice! Fun times. What is the actual parameter going into this? This is just, I mean, it's just everything, right? I'm gonna just put an any. Hey, yeah, how's it going? Well, I've been unemployed and having time to do this. Yeah! I mean, that's always a good way to... It's one of those things where, when you're not got other people telling you what to do for your job, you have way too much time to do your own stuff, and you end up just doing way too much sometimes. And burnout's great. What's up? Nothing much. Just getting programming done. Progress is being made, that's what's important. How do I... So I have to have a name for it. Okay. Just doing research today myself. Fair enough. I mean, that's always important to do. It's kind of... It's why this has taken so long as well to, like, get back into the swing. With the development side of this stuff, because I have been spending so much time, like, doing the prep work of planning, and that just ends up taking a long time. Have you heard of instant gaming? No. Sorry, if term isn't familiar with me. Let's see. So I need this to be. There we go. I mean, gotta use const. That'd work, I guess. And then parameter script fonts. Whoops, no, this is setting the thing. So I need what is it? That sells discount codes for games, but I know some Twitch streamers partners with them. I don't know myself. I mean, it's probably a key site, and key sites are definitely in the questionable sphere, so do keep that in mind. Of, like, how they source them. Sometimes they skim them, sometimes they get them via weird endeavors, sometimes it's a resale site. It's always a touch and go thing. It's definitely something, yeah, worth researching to see if it's not potentially a scam. Not saying it is or isn't, just saying that it's always something that needs to be considered. And then the next one was skill. There we go. There we go. I'll sure watch it tomorrow, probably. Have to sleep. Good luck with stream. Catch you later. But thank you for stopping by. Alright, so... let's see. List for non-essential info of a skill list for values of a skill. There we go. I mean, by argument sense, I could just do the same thing as I do with these. With the functions, it makes less sense to do this, because with the values, it's probably just correct to do, purely because values are going to be, really hard to manage, unless I mean, I could just take it out of a constructor and turn it into an array. Is there a way to check for how many, struct values there are? Yeah, I feel like this doesn't need to be a constructor. This can just be like a formalized array. Or like a formalized array thing, so it's no longer a constructor. I can do that. So func step equals func const dot step trigger, and then func inde equals now I'm probably gonna have to make some side functions at some point. So what I'm probably gonna have to do is if argument count is greater than three, for var equals I, no, it's var, oh god, var I equals 0. I is greater than argument count minus 3. I plus plus. Struct set self ish func plus string I argument I minus I plus 3. That should solve the thing. Now, I feel like there's a way to do this, and I can't remember. So for now, I'm just gonna have, yeah, function, list come back. Just have it like that. Is the rare case that I'll need the data for that. However, I will write a note here. Find a way to pull the struct values out and then set them here instead. Oh, wow, that's actually really impressive. It recognizes that I've got something that checks for like it's looking for an argument that's greater. I do that, and it'll recognize. Yeah! I like that. By the way, I should mention, the reason why I've left this as an any is because it could be a string, weirdly enough, but it's most of the time just going to be a real value. I don't know, we'll probably have it most of the time just as real values, but this is just to give me a little bit of headspace in case I need it. All right. Yeah, how do I want to do values? I want to look and see if there is a clear way to how many values you can are in a struct. Straight up an answer. Cool. Variable functions. Okay, wait, so let's read this. So each entry is a string. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna be weird. So what I'm gonna have to do here is, let's see, if struct get names count values const is greater than 0 as a safety net. We always gotta do something like that. Var struct names equals variable struct get names value is const then let's see. Came here to scheme. Fair enough, Jen. How's it going? Struct names count value const I plus Have you heard of OC Remix? No, I have not. The name is not familiar to me. So then it's set self names I, and then the value is going to be get. I need the get function. String name of it, yeah. I expected as much. I need to do variable struct get values const and then it will be struct names. That should be what I want. So, what this code here should do is it should basically take this constructor, take the name out of it, or copy the names as a list, then for each of the values in that structure, So however many values we've got going into it, it should then make a value named the same with the same value in it. Unnecessarily complex, but it should work really well here. So let's describe it with the thing. So check if the value struct has values. Right, that's essential. Then copy names list from values struct, and then for each value create a copy of it with the same name in this struct. There we go. Oh god, okay. Glad that works as easy as I was hoping it to. But yeah, no, how's it going, Roger? I'm alive. I'm doing okay, I guess. I don't know, I woke up with a good bit of the motivation I needed. I got a bit of work done yesterday, and I've been doing a bit of work today. Again, trying to do my best to set, like, standards for the project. I haven't been working on pretty much anything as much as I would have liked over my spare time over the last, like, month since I moved. But I'm glad now that I'm kind of doing things a bit better. I don't know what this is, but the stream catches your eye. I mean, it's just game development. It's just simply game development. It is all different stages of it. Doing art, doing programming, all sorts. Currently we're reprogramming the game because I hate my own code. Which is going to take ages. But I'm probably going to do some more art because we do need to still finish that splash art we were working on last time. Where is that? Characters. Player characters. Iron Mouse. Skins. And Season 3 skin. Where are we at on this Season 3 splash? We were quite far along when we left off last week. I think we need recoloration done, right? Yeah, we're still doing the hair and the recoloring. It's game dev, guys. Send Mel 30 seconds before we start talking about Magic the Gathering for the next 3 hours. Don't get me started. I have something to talk about. I'm trying my best. Making it so I can build maps entirely using trench rooms so others can just throw stages into. That's oh, that's pretty cool. Back from fixing the game bug. But how many more bugs turned up after that bug got fixed? That's always the real question. But yeah, no, if anyone's gonna ask about art stuff, like this is a great example here. If you go to the last dev stream, you saw us taking this, from, what was it? Basically this, which this was from this, that I originally drew at one point. And I couldn't find the original document anymore, so I started resketching it, reshaping it, And that's where we get to that. And then we took that to this. As you can see, it's also reshaped because the ass is just way too big. The legs are a bit too much. And then I started shaping out a couple of things, like here and all that. And now we're here. And if you want to see a further breakdown, I think we can do, what is it? It's this, right? Because each of these individual spots were done separately. Ass too big? Yeah, but it's Iron Mouse. Her ass isn't really supposed to be, like, insanely sized. Hey, there we go. So what I need to do is I need to, like, recolor this, like, the leg there. I need to recolor some of these bits here and there, like, especially this, waist bit. This, like, corset spot. That definitely needs some work. And then I need to obviously finish off, like, the hair and the hands and the wings. So we might go back to doing that today at some point if I get, like, so far along with programming that I need a break. Ironically enough, because I do this, I could do the same thing for the functions. Which wouldn't be impossible. I'm assuming they're ordered in data in the order that they're introduced to the file, or to the structure, right? Like, I don't think it would reorder the values. And the reasoning why I'm asking that is because, simply put, I want to avoid these three. I mean, I can make some very easy soft checks for that. Because I just need to basically say, ignore these three names. So what I could do, no, this is right at the bottom, so it's really hard to see, is we can do kind of the same as this. I'm actually just going to straight up copy it for now. Except we take this, and we check if it's greater than 3. Because if it's greater than 3, then that means we actually have a value to check for. So do that, we do this, but we're gonna do an if, what is that? What do we need for that? What do we need for that? What's the easiest way to do this if statement? Happily. I mean, I guess it's just simply if, struct, oh. Names, I, is not equal. And then we go through the things. This. And I'm gonna do it as AND, because if we do it as AND, it means that it's none of these. It means all of these conditions must be met. Now, there is because I'm not confident in where it's going to do the checkpoint for the things, I'm just doing this. It is a little bit of lazy code, arguably, here. To explain what I mean by lazy code. Basically, what I could be doing is trying to just circumvent these in the position of data anyway. I'm making the assumption that potentially it could reorder them, so therefore ignoring them like this is safer. It is a weird thing where I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to ignore that, but the fact that I'm already just making a soft check, you have to only do this, means I would be running this 4 times at minimum, only when we have a 4th variable, or a 4th value to check for. So it's only runs when it's needed to be run, but it will run a little bit of excess under most situations. But it will be a very soft amount of excess, because it will just do a couple of checks. Ironically enough, I could just not do this check and have it run this, and it would just mean that I'm getting the exact same things here. Actually, that's just better. Yeah, no, what am I doing? This is just, that's incorrect to do. This makes it more automated. Like, overall, this just becomes way more effective. God damn it. Do what I'm telling you to do. Get rid of that. There we go. Does mean I kind of want to change these names. There we go. Again means that I have another thing I could do there with that. Where do I want to put the sprites? That's the real question. Because I gotta probably set up a thing for that. There we go. I know this is probably, like, a lot more on that boring side for most people. And I apologize. I am just endeavoring to try and organize this all out. That's why I'm also doing my old explaining as I go thing. Oh, you know one thing I saw, and this actually just talks to stuff that I've talked about, like, a lot, and I feel like it's a real, interesting topic to kind of keep bringing up. So I saw on Twitter someone pulling a specific clip out of nowhere of one of the moments from the recent Dr. K and Pirate Software stream. And there is a person that responded underneath, and this was what I actually saw initially, and then I saw their initial thing, like their original tweet, is that, like, them talking about how it's like, they literally say at the beginning, don't take this shit out of context, and if you do, put this thing at the front of it, because, like, holy shit, people are taking moments out of context without, like, acknowledging other parts of it. Because the thing he talks about is, every human makes mistakes. Not every human should be treated shit for those. They're talking about perspective and all that sort of stuff. Doesn't mean Dr. K is absolutely right or anything like that. It was really upsetting to see. I'll see if I can find it really quickly. I doubt I can find it quickly. Because this was obviously this morning, right? But I think it's a real important moment to kind of acknowledge. Because I agree with what Dr. K said, but, like, within the context of talking about how a human is fallible, right? Where is it? Shouldn't actually be too much further down on this list. The problem is I didn't respond to it or anything like that, I just watched it, so I have to try and scroll through my list to find it. Oh, that's right, it was Dextero, which immediately should tell you how, like, scummy it feels. Here we go, I found it. When people take crap out of context, yeah, it sucks. So, this is the thing we'll respond to shortly. This is the main one we want to look at. So I'm gonna mute the music for a second. Pause the music. Cool, there we go. And I want this to be a real important moment based on what we've talked about.
So I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick. Please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be taught, he's like, oh my God, like, he did this. And like, and I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong, but also like, I don't know how else to say this. Like, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. Okay. And I think that's the first place where we're going to start.
So there you go. That's what I was kind of like talking about, is like that there is a really great kind of point, is like, it's not okay to do this shit sometimes. It's, you're doing it and the person on the receiving end just is getting it as like a negativity. They're just getting hate for the sake of hate in their eyes, regardless of if you think you're doing the right thing or not. And that's the other point that needs to kind of be always accepted. When you say something that could be negative towards someone, you have to understand they might not know the context you're putting it in. So, like, if you send that message to a streamer, you have to understand that they might not have the context that you have a feeling of, because they have so many other things in their head at a given time as well. So I really think this is important, and I agree with like this. It's like, this lacks journalistic integrity and serves only to validate the concerns Dr. K had, which means he is discouraged from having important conversations like these in the future. Yeah. No, what you're doing is stopping these things, which are really important. It is important to sit down and go, this is where something went wrong. Let's talk it through and fix it, or like help out. Because this is in response to this clip here. Now, again, taking into consideration what we just saw, I kind of agree with Dr. K's stance here.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah. So you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No. I think sometimes
So I agree with K's kind of point that he's making there. And I'm going to move away from the drama side because I just wanted to use this as a contexting point to some of the stuff we've talked about in the past, because this is why I bring this stuff up. So now moving away, we're not going to talk about Thor at all. We're talking about the concept of like how it's really hard for someone to see when they've seen something a specific way, right? Like, I had this for a long time myself. I mixed arrogance and ego constantly, with a lot of issues. So now I'm using myself as an example point. I still do. I still am at fault for that sort of stuff from time to time. I like to try and think that I'm a lot more on the ego side now, where I try and make myself elevate myself a little bit via a few means. primarily aiming to, like, think how I should be better than I am now. And this is actually a moment here, you could argue this is me being arrogant, because this is me making an assumption maybe that people don't know this, but it's one of those things of, I've also got a founded argument there, the amount of times I've experienced people that haven't gone through that sort of stuff or understood that sort of stuff, it sucks. And that's why I just want to bring it as a topic, not to per se say you might not know this, but to like reaffirm it in a way that like I think is important. Again, it's no matter what you do as a streamer, you are inherently coming in with the statement, I am egotistical. I'm arrogant. It is very hard to find that not being a part of being a streamer. That is just kind of objectively how that works. Because streaming requires you to have an expectation, in a sense, that people would want to watch you. Or people would give a shite about your opinion. I mean, I do game programming for multiple reasons. One of them is, it gives me a reason to do programming and forces me into doing work and, like, being accountable. But it's also the assumption that people are willing to learn from me about development, right? It's like, the amount of times I've sat there, I'm like, I'm really happy to help teach people. That's a very arrogant statement, because that's the belief that I am therefore above someone in a context. In terms of knowledge, which is not something I can say for certainty. And I agree with Thor's thought, though, of that kind of like, it's me trying to give context. And it's like, yeah, but sometimes that's not what people... That doesn't change what another person thinks. Like, Thor is notoriously bad, in a sense, for being someone that believes he is right. And that is, the thing is, he is often right. On a lot of subjects. He is not always right, but he is often right. And when you are often right, and you get reaffirmment, you believe you are right more than maybe you are. I had this issue myself. This is the problem with being someone that is hyper studious and would learn everything possible, because it means that when I'm wrong, people are going to assume I'm right because I'm so studious and I'm right most of the time. It was a really bad portion of my life where I was like that. And I was really, really arrogant. And yeah. Let's pick up the teapot again. I mean, it's important to discuss this though. I know it's as a joke, but it's like, it is an important topic to kind of sit on. That thought of, it's the echo chamber argument, right? And I've talked about, back when I was still living with my ex and shit, how that was an issue, is we couldn't ever come to a good ground point because she had the head tenant and her friend, the flatmate that kind of helped force a lot of these issues to being the case, had those two echoing how bad I was. So therefore, it was just never going to work. And I didn't want to acknowledge that at the time, and that was something that, like, pissed me off a lot. Was I was just feeling so alone and frustrated. And I appreciate all my friends for not echo chambering me. All I got from my friends was, yeah, that does sound kind of shit, from what you're saying. And stuff like that, where it's like, that's not saying I'm right, that's saying, no, your feelings are valid, and that's important. Your feelings should always be accepted as valid. You're allowed to feel what you feel. You're been acting upon those feelings. That's the argument we've made before as well, of not so much. So, I hope that kind of helps give context to an argument I constantly come back to, and I will always come back to, because I think it's extremely important. Humility is important. Yeah. I think that's a really important way to look at it as well, is it's, in a sense, it's humility. No matter what you do, like, you will always struggle against this. This is an objective thing that, like, no person I know of handles this stuff well and correctly. Because there is no correct way. There will never be a correct way. It's sometimes difficult to admit or self-reflect or realize your own faults, sometimes others too. Yeah, no, again, like, that's why the last, like, year and a half, 2 years, or whatever I was at the last place where I've just moved from was so important. It was not only time for me to reflect over my mistakes, but it was time to reflect over the situation and, like, process my feelings during every moment. I still think, to this day, I took what I saw were the correct actions at the time. There were one or two things I would definitely not have done in retrospect. With the information I had at the time, there were a couple of things. But with all the information I have now, I'm like, okay, I would just not have gotten into that situation. Right? Like, that's obviously, that's why I'm like, I don't like sitting there with that 20/20 hindsight argument and going like, oh, well, I should just never have been in that situation. I'm gonna be honest, I should just, like, make the valid argument of I should have never proposed to, my ex, I should not have gotten that far into a relationship with them, but I also can't regret that. Like, that would be, not validating my actual feelings on the matter. But that's what's important to kind of look at with a lot of this stuff. Again, it's really hard to self-reflect, as you said. It's really hard to be self-critical and self-reflect, because it's either you don't want to be that negative on yourself, or, like, you don't want to have that feeling, or what's worse sometimes is you can come to, like, you can get too negative. You can get too caught up on that self-reflection, and it just goes from self-reflection to beating yourself up. Right? I always look back and learn. I never regret on things. I don't think I would say I don't regret things. It's that I don't dwell on them in a way that, or I try not to dwell on them in a way that, like, is, oh, I should have done better, or anything. It's like, I could have done better. I like that. It's like, I could have done better. This is what I would do next time. I try and keep that in mind. I try and keep and learn from that. Admittedly, that doesn't always work. Like I said, because I am someone that likes to self-reflect a lot, I do tend to beat myself up and be hyper negative. Which is not good. My headphones. And that is why I definitely have some days which are definitely much lower on the scale of happy, because I'm too busy just going like, oh, you're the scum of the earth. And I'm sure everyone has days like that, right? It is one of the worst parts about kind of the era we're in. But that's why I go on my walks, is my walks help me process those feelings and understand it's okay to feel bad about yourself. To regret things you've done. That is within a more than acceptable thing. It's not okay to just only think about the bad things you've done, though. Because then at that point in time, you're never accepting the good things you do as well. Like, I'd like to think that one of the good things I did at the end of all of that situation that year was I just left. I just left, and I've not contacted nor interacted with any of the people again, and I intend to keep it that way for the foreseeable future. Because I don't want to interact with them, and I don't want to cause problems for them. Like, I don't want problems to be caused for me, and I don't want to cause problems for them. And it's simply, it's not worth any of our time. Right? That's why I also don't interact with the rest of my family. Stuff like that. And I guess this goes to that whole, like, cutting stuff out of your... Like, I've talked about that a few times, is, like, cutting out toxic parts of your life. I think I always misunderstood how I should do that. It's like, cutting it out isn't the thing. It's cutting out things that are mutually toxic. It's like, if this is just not gonna work, if there is, like, no good ground there, it's not good for anyone involved. But yeah, like, I agree though, it's like, trying to say, oh, I want to do this better, that, you have to understand that, like, fucking, I don't know, pissing my pants at primary school is part of what built me to who I am today. A weird example, but, like, that's an absolute mistake. That is undeniably a mistake that should have been avoided. But that helped build the person I am today. And that's what's important. Every action, every event in your life has built who you are now. So to, like, dismiss that is also kind of almost insulting to yourself at that point. Because it's dismissing a part of what makes you who you are. Be proud of who you are. You took a lot of damn effort to get here. But yeah, I guess that's because I self-reflect is why I also sound a lot more, like, on that older and mature side. I've been told that many a times. Is it's like, oh, you sound like you've got a lot of wisdom. It's like, it's because I actually sit down and, like, look over the things I did and try my best not to be hyper-negative. But it's a hard skill. It's a really hard skill to get right, because, and that's why I was saying, like, I don't even get it right sometimes. Because it is just straight up, sometimes you just get fucked up by it. Okay, I'm liking how this has come out. And I know this is just randomly jumping back to this topic, but I'm liking how this is coming out, because it means I can do things really, really nicely inside of these. Because one of the things I've kind of come to a conclusion of that I got wrong with some of this stuff was how I handled, like, weapons, for example. So if I go to the actual weapon, weapon components, weapon parent. One of the things I felt like I got wrong was I handled too many cases, like, these sort of things, inside of the object. instead of making like an external foundation for a lot of these. Had someone call your phone today, actually, with reference to this, asking me why I did not work with them on Project X and what reasons I had. Oh yeah. He's digging up 2 years old stuff. Jeez, okay, so that's, yeah, it's been a hot minute, basically, is what I'm hearing. I can't tell you detailed information now. I don't want to give him info that would not 100. Yeah, my memory's not strong, so yeah, that's fair. It's like, look, stuff happened at the time. I can't say I made the right choices or the wrong choices relative to the thing. It happened, and it has happened. And I guess it's that argument of like, would you regret doing that? Like, would you regret that action now? I guess is definitely an important thing to kind of keep in mind. I regret my breakfast choice. Dude, my breakfast was great, I'll have you know. My breakfast choice, I cannot regret. My breakfast choice was, so, yesterday, me and, my mate, one of the landlords, we were like, you know what? The fish and chip shop's finally reopened since we've moved here. Let's go test it out. So we went and we got like $26 worth of food each. He got it for him and his partner, and I got mine for myself because I'm someone that eats a lot. We both get our food and we're like, huh. So this is $26 worth. Now I want to kind of like give an example point. Let's pull up Paint so we can like give a visual representation of the events. So you kind of understand where we're going with this. So keep in mind, I've had a lot of fish and chips in my life because that was what my mother would give me instead of fucking actually feeding me properly, so I'd have it like 3 times a week. So in recent years, now, how it kind of is that you spend, like, for a scoop of chips, right, which is, yeah, your typical kind of scoop, like that, how much would that be? Like, maybe somewhere between, like, a quarter to half a kg of chips for scoop. This has gone to being something like $4. Or I guess I have seen it as like $3.20 as an example. It's like somewhere in that sort of like $3 to $4 range for like half a kg of chips. I know, a real fucking wild thing. The stance of it's okay to let others make mistakes, not to push my perspective and die on that hill. Yeah. I think it's where I have that mixed problem with that, going just back to that discussion for a quick sec. I try not to die on a hill, but I will definitely go like, hey, if you want my opinion or advice on this matter, I can give it. Do you want it or not? Because a lot of the time, this is actually a really good example of my friends, is they'll go like, I wonder how this works in, like, Magic. And I'm like, do you want me to explain it? I will almost always ask, do you want me to explain it? Because they often will actually respond now with, you know what, I'm actually real good, and that's where it ends. But that's what I do with advice stuff, is it's like, do you want to hear my opinion or advice on the matter? If I get a yes, then I'm like, cool, this is my thoughts on it, this is what I might do, yada yada yada. But most of the time, I can't give proper advice because I don't know all the context, especially when it's on stream. The amount of times people have asked me, hey, what do you think about this? I'm like, I don't know how your life, your environment, things that might be differently cultural, economic state, stuff like that. And I'm not asking for that info. I'm just like, that is the context I've got. If it's something I've not personally experienced as well, I'm definitely a bit more flaky with an answer. Or if it's something that I personally just struggle trying to understand in my head. But if you've asked for that stuff and you're like willing for me to give it, then I will try and give it. If you dislike it afterwards, kind of on you, buddy, for letting me say stuff. If you don't dislike it, cool, we walk away, you don't have to listen. That's how that is. I will always stand by, and this is an arrogant statement of mine, most of the time, when I've given advice and it has not been followed, it will almost undoubtedly end poorly for that individual. I've seen that more than a few times. In fact, I've got, like, it's in the 90% range I am correct when they follow my advice. But that's because I'm real hesitant to give advice a lot of the time. Or, like, really, really intense advice that isn't just actually objectively beneficial. That's why, like, with mental health, I'll kind of go, like, go see a professional. This is what I would do in the case, don't follow that, or you can't follow that, that is your choice, but go see a professional. Because a professional knows better than I. Like, do I have, part of my degree in psychology? Sure, doesn't mean I'm a psychologist. I'm not registered, so therefore I should not be treated like anything. I'm also not paid to actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just a random guy, a random anime boy on the internet. Anyway, fish and chips. Let's talk about fish and chips. So, this is what you get, right? This is what we're learning. So this is kind of the average expectation. So often, I know size gauging is going to be awful with this, but like, let's just say, so this is a pack here that I would get, and this is like, $30 here. This is a pack. This is like, maybe 1 scoop of chips, 2 fish, and 2 hot dogs. And then, like, I don't know, 3 potato fritters. Right? So this is like a pack of what I'm kind of used to. Now, this pack is like, we're talking maybe, I don't know, 20 centimeters across and like 40 centimeters long. In its wrapping, right? When it's wrapped up, we'll do like 20 cm. And we'll say, we'll be real generous with this values, right? It's kind of the sizing that you'd expect the package. You can hold it in one hand, put it under your, like, arm, and really easily hold it, like, without issue. It's not even, like, a full kg worth of stuff, most of the time. So we went to the place that we've got, that is literally, you go down our street, you hit the corner, you turn left, and it's, like, 4 buildings down. It's really, really close. It's very rural, like, very urban, sorry, sort of, setup. So it's very, like, tight-knit, things, and the shops are, like, that and a dairy and, like, a photo place. So, with this kind of knowledge, What if I told you I ordered a $26 pack? Now, when I saw this, all it said is $6 worth of chips. So not telling me scoops or anything, just $6 worth of chips. 3 fish. Not $3, just 3 fish. Actually, why am I doing this down here? I'm a fucking lunatic. Cool. Alright, let's do that here. Okay, so $26. So we get $6 worth of chips. 3 fish. 1 hot dog. 1 sausage. And like, I think it's like 2 potato fritters. Alright. So this is what we've got as a comparison point. I know the chat's kind of covering a bit of this. I can kind of move this over. It's hard to read at that point. Right. Oh, I'm so thankful that you're going in absolutes of 25, you fucking mong. That'll do. Alright. So this is what we're working with. So, based on this, how much, like, how big do you think I got as a pack? Based on what I've given here. Because, like, you could argue this is technically more shit here, but it's, like, kind of similar. Like, sausage, hot dog, all that. So, I still haven't finished this. Will this be on the test? Yes. I still haven't finished eating all of this. It looks like I was given about 2 to 3 kgs worth of chips. I was given fish that were pretty decently sized. The hot dog, normal size. Sausage, massive. Potato fritters, as per usual, it's just like kind of supposedly 2 or 3 potato fritters. You got like 5, but they're of random sizings that kind of equal out to a thing. The fucking bag was like, what? I want to say like 50. Yeah, I think it was like a 50 by 50. Sort of size. That was basically half a meter on like all of its sizings for everything. I'm not kidding. This fucking pack was like, oh, there is no way in hell I'm finishing this today. Like, I basically grabbed like 3 handfuls of chips, like a potato fritter and 1 of the fish that I had partly eaten for my breakfast today. I'm still doing fine, and there is still like another fucking like 4 or 5 handfuls of chips, another fish, and like 4 more fucking, or like 3 more potato fritters in there. And like, I ate a lot yesterday. I actually overate with that food. That is wild to me. So yeah, we've basically said, so, weekly fish and chips, right? And we're like, yep, we're all agreed. Like, holy shit, I cannot stress enough how fucking much food they gave us. Dude, I could go in with like a fucking $20 and eat for like 2 days. Do you have any idea how wild that is at a fucking fast food place in New Zealand? It's 3 times the size. Yeah! Yeah, it is! I don't know what to fucking do! And like, the chips are really good too! Like, holy shit! Don't get me wrong, the only magazines they have there are from like 2023, but like... we were sitting there like, holy shit! Like, the burgers as well. This was a great thing. I didn't get one of the burgers. One of my mate got 2 burgers, and like, that's pretty normal in New Zealand for like 2 burgers for a person. Getting like 2 burgers, and then like a bit of chips and shit like that. Those burgers were fucking massive, and they were like $6. Keep in mind, you go to like any other store, they're about the same price and like half the size. Or at least for the patty, is like half the size. This place, man, I fucking love it. Like, it is wild to me that like this, and they have a $20 pack, I'm pretty sure. That is basically this $30 pack. It's like $4 of chips, 2 fish, 2 hot dog. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm gonna order that in the future. Cause like, my god, I could not handle $3 or $6 worth of chips. And like, I'm pretty sure this was 2 scoops, the $6 of chips. Because my mate bought 2 scoops. And he got 2 scoops, pineapple fritter, and 2 burgers. So he got 2 burgers for himself, chips to share with his partner, and the potato fritter, or the pineapple fritter for his partner. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, no, that was wild. Want a souvenir from Dubai? Hell yeah. I need more coffee to understand what I just saw. Dude, it's like the difference of it being maybe close to a kg to like 4 kgs worth of food for less money. That's all you need to know. Like, I could genuinely, that is an amount of money that we spent there that is closer than I would like it to be to how fish and chip shops were like 10 years ago. Maybe even longer. Actually, that's not even that far off what they were in like early 2000s before economic crashes happened. Like, that is what I'm kind of saying. Like, this shop is like priced 20 years ago. It is wild. Like, imagine going to your fucking local, like, fucking gas station. Like, your petrol station. And you, like, saw prices that were from 20 years ago. You'd fucking have a goddamn moment and a half. Because you're like, hell yeah, I'm filling up here. Like, what? In this economy? I fucking love it. And the fact that, like, I nuked it this morning for, like, 2 minutes and all of the chips were still pretty decent, the fish was still decent, the potato fritter was still decent, it was wild. At a dinner, 1.5 the price, and it was big enough for 2 to 3 meals. Yeah. Dude, I swear, this is reminding me of, like, when I went to Japan, right? I'll always, like, say this, very positively. While I was in Japan, was it really hard to get, like, a large-sized portion of food? Sure, but, like, to get an amount that would fill me up, I would still be spending, like, half the price by buying, like, 4 meals. And, like, you would eat that shit. It was good. Like, you go to the Combini, you get, like, 2 of those fucking quick meals as, like, a decent meal-ish for a lunch. That was still, like, what, $6 each? And that's New Zealand? It was like, you're spending a little over $10 for 2 meals. So if you translate that to USD, that's like $6-7. And, like, what the fuck? And these are healthy, too. Like, that's the other thing. Well, healthy relative. Like, I don't know what to say, man. It's wild business to me. It's why I want to kind of go to those, like, those sorts of countries, is it's just, like, it's such an experience to get, like, so much food. And, like, most of the time, all of that food is good. This is really good. I love how I quickly look over at Twitter because I want to see something, and the first thing I see is fucking, I'm blanking on the name of the anime. What was it again? Magic Basia one. The fucking, that magical girls anime that, like, everyone was like, ooh, this is basically hentai. It was great. Where it's following, like, the villain. That's, like, a normal, well, normal girl, quotation marks, that's fucking hella sadistic. I think it's like, I know the character is Magic Basia because she has the crop whip thing. What do you recommend I watch on a plane? Dude, you wanna know one movie I watched on a plane, and to this day, I'm like, I both regret and love that I watched it. Let me find it. Because it was worse as well, because it didn't come to New Zealand until, like, the next year. Like, it took, like, 18 months for it to finally release in New Zealand. It was really good, too. I was bawling my fucking eyes out. Let's see, my anime list. It actually might be on my real list. It was such a good series, though. It was such a good movie. Let's see if I can find it, though. Also, just give me a sec. I think I heard something. Alright. Let's see. Anime. Can I see movies easily? What was it called again? It was... I had it written down for so long. Can I just search movies and see where we go from there? No, that's not what I fucking wanted. Come on. Movies. All anime with movies. Because I'll probably be able to recognize it from image alone. Let's see. Admittedly, these images are fucking tiny. Scroll it a little bit so I can see this a bit easier. Like, it was about elves. Like, I'm trying to remember. Where the Promised Flower Blooms, I think is actually the name, now that I think on it. Promise. This movie here. This movie fucked me the hell up while I was on the plane. I watched this shit, I was bawling my eyes out. And I was like fighting so damn hard to try and find it somewhere to watch. I want to buy this. I actually want to buy this on like Blu-ray. It's one of the few times I just want to buy this. It's so good. Like, it didn't come out on disc until like 18 months later from when I watched it on the plane. You have no idea how painful that shit was. So I watched it in July. I had to wait till the next October, the year after's October, to finally be able to rewatch it. This is so good. If you haven't watched this movie and you're wanting something to cry at, watch this movie. It is so good. Like, if you've watched, like, Wolf Children and you really loved that movie, this movie will fuck your shit up. Like, I cannot recommend it any other way other than, like, if you want to cry, this is a really good movie to cry at. This movie fucked me the hell up, and I really want to rewatch it now. Yeah, nah, this is a movie that will always have a special place in my heart. This and like Wolf Children. Wolf Children was such a good movie. If you haven't seen that one, again, highly recommend it. I would recommend the Wolf Children one first. This one. This is such a good movie. This here is like the embodiment of what I love with anime movies. I watched Wolf Children with a friend. I recommend watching these kind of movies with other people. It's definitely, it helps you from not crying your eyes out. I realize I can't connect when I'm watching stuff with people instead of alone. That's actually kind of fair. I get that. But yeah, this movie, really fucking good. I will always love this movie. Because it is such a, like, beautiful example of how this stuff works. Like, how life is. Yeah, it's phantasmal, but it's still, like, it's a really beautiful representation of humanity. This one here, again, same argument. There is, like, a specific scene. If you get through that with dry eyes, I don't know what I can say. Like, this one's so good. I'd rather watch comedy and stuff with friends and serious and sad things alone. I think that's a really valid way of putting it. I think I agree with that sentiment a lot. Like, I'm definitely more inclined to watch, like, Konosuba with friends, by comparison to watching, I don't know, what's a good example of a sad series? It's really hard to find sad series nowadays. But yeah, like, these movies, I would love to just binge these again on my own. So I was looking up something as well to the side. But yeah, this is like what I consider as one of the best movies I've ever watched of an anime. Like, by a margin that's not even close. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Ghibli movies are definitely up there as well. This is kind of in the same category in my eyes. It's just anime movies doing anime right. Like, doing storytelling right. Just doing everything right. Like, I swear anime movies are some of the best shit for that. Madoka? Yeah, Madoka Magica is definitely a series that I've watched with friends, and it's interesting, but, like, it's real hard to get into the narrative, I guess, when talking with them. I stopped myself from punching them. Okay, that is one of those difficult ones where, like, if it's said jokingly, I get it. But when it's said seriously, I struggle with that shit, because it's just like, it's part of the medium. You're not gonna get any good answers out of it. Like, I'll always stand by, does anime in general tend to gravitate towards certain things that are definitely uncomfortable in other mediums? Yes. But, like, yeah, I do agree that there's definitely too much sexualization when it comes to younger individuals in general in anime, but, like, at the end of the day, I don't know, I don't think getting hung up on that is an issue, and also saying that to Madoka Magica, I don't know how I feel with that. Because, like, it's the same with if you said that to Monogatari, right? Like, is it a bit weird with the snail girl? Sure, I'll give you that. The rest of it, though, it's just weird as fucking wild, and it's, like, not in a bad way. I mean, there's a scene where the two girls basically clearly are having lesbian sex in, the shower. I'll still remember that scene purely because I almost missed that, because I was too busy reading the fucking lines of what was being said. That's the best part about Monogatari as, like, a non-Japanese speaker, is you're, like, too busy reading the subtitles that you're like, I don't actually recognize what's going on screen anymore. Or, like, the scene with the bathtub and gushing over magical girls. That was what I was talking about earlier. I fucking love that series. That series is so good. But that's just because it is actually fucking carnage. Look, it's one of those things of, I call that a guilty pleasure anime for me, because I absolutely love it, but I could not recommend it to a normal person. There's straight up a scene of two girls fucking. Just one? I mean, there is the scene where she locks them in the box, and it's just like, you two gotta fuck. And that was great. I fucking love that series. Has it gotten a second season announced? I feel like it did. I can't remember. I don't care though. I want more of it. It's so good. The box? Yeah, the box is so good. But yeah, gushing over Magical Girls is just... It is such a peak series to me. I want to know if it got an announcement for another season, though. Yes, it's getting a second season! When is the second season? Oh, it just says that it's announced? Boo, when is it? Whatever Akaba made, I watched a part of that, and like, I was just not in the right headspace when I started watching it, I think, was my issue. I didn't finish it. I got up to the gambling episode, I think, which was like the second or third episode, and I just didn't turn it back on. Because I watched those episodes in one sitting, and then I'm like, cool, I'm gonna go to bed. And then I woke up, and the next day, and I just didn't watch anime for a week, and then I watched something else. Is what happened. I do need to fix that, though. It definitely seems like a series I would enjoy. Because it's just... It seems like the dumb shit energy I enjoy a lot. I'm gonna be back in a second because I want to go check, because apparently I've had a delivery and I want to see if I can grab it. So where is my there we go. So I'll be back in a moment. Alright. That is concerning. Because it doesn't look like it's there, but it's telling me it's fulfilled. Gamer subs, what you doing? Alright. Let me double check this. Which anime woman flavor did you get? So I got Bowberry and Banana Propaganda. Because that looked interesting. That's why I'm currently like looking, because I've been really wanting to get this shit. I'll be annoyed if I don't have it soon. Especially knowing that, like, I'm pretty sure I filled out all the things correctly. Let's look. Actually, no, let's go to something that I know has turned up at the right address. Okay, this order here. Yep, no, that is all the correct address. And it just says fulfilled. Interesting. Alright. I'll have to figure out what it means by fulfilled, if that means that it's just like been sent more than anything. To be fair, I did order it a while ago, should be turning up soon. Actually, let me look in the past if I've gotten tracking numbers from them. No, I haven't. I don't think I've ever gotten tracking numbers from them. I've got placement, I've got advertisement, I've got the discussions I've had with them. Yeah, it's just order confirmation I've gotten from them before. Yeah, interesting. No, they do send a delivered order thing. Well, they have in the past. Yeah. On its way. What the fuck does on its way mean? Upsetting. Yeah, it's really annoying as well, because it looks like the tracking's just weird. It's not a lot of information it's giving me when it should be. Especially knowing that I'm having to go through my fucking emails to get to this information as well. Whereas, like, I have my account open and I don't get this information. Which is very strange. Let's see. Of 3rd of May, it is in New Zealand. I can say that for certain, at least. So yeah, it might actually be here today. It might be here, like, it'll be here this week. I can say that for certain. Because our internal shipping lines are pretty quick. Like, within a week easily, most of the time. That's wild that I had to go through that much info to try and even find out if it was in the country. I had to go through one site to see where its order is, like what fulfillment status is, and then I had to go use another one to find out what actually that meant. That is not an intuitive system. Especially knowing that some of that is hosted within the site as well, but it's not stuff you can access from your orders inside your account. I had to go super external to that info. What's this over here? Alright. It means that we're probably going to be able to get that stuff this week, which is good. Also, I believe I ordered when you get free tea as well. So we'll see what we get with that. But yeah, the Bavaria one sounded interesting and the banana one sounded really interesting. The banana one I think sold out now. I'm just interested in trying that banana one. It didn't have a really descriptive flavor thing, but I guess the name itself is like kind of the descriptor. It's just like, it's banana flavored. And you're like, alright, well, I mean, I do kind of like banana flavor. Depends on what version of it, though. I didn't get the special edition Balberry one, though. Be appreciative of that. Not the weird pregnant bow on the fucking outside that makes me, like, uncomfortable whenever I see that thing. That's info I didn't know, thanks. You're welcome. I mean, you wanna see it? It's fucking horrific. Give me a sec. What was I has this open? It was that one. Because I think it's still on their, like, list. I just think it's sold out. Oh yeah, it's the Casio one. So I got this banana one. And so this is the pregnant bow one. This is the limited edition one here. This is the one I got. It's got the weird bowberry on the back, but it's still like normal bow for the most part. Whereas this one's just straight up Prigger's bow. Yeah, it's important knowledge, don't you know? It's the same drink, but it's so fucking cursed, man. It's so cursed. I'm not gonna lie though, the Rainho one sounded really tempting to me as well. Can't look at her stomach full of puppies. Yeah. Yeah, the puppies. But yeah, the Rainho one sounded kind of interesting as well. Acid Rain. It was between that and Bowberry, and I decided Bowberry sounded more interesting, flavor-wise. But like sour peach candy rings sounds really interesting. Like, I'm just curious. Wolf puppies? Yeah, it'd be wolf puppies. That's definitely what is in that stomach. Wolf puppies. I haven't actually looked at what Numi's one was. Probably should. Sweet six pack, limited edition. Dude, I've had sweet six packs. Sweet six pack's actually really good. Sploosh, by the way, fucking love this one. It's so good. Yeah, this is the pack that I got of it. Sweet six pack, that. I've had Blowhole Boss. That one's pretty nice. I've had some of these, but they're only like the quick serving ones, so I wouldn't know well enough. Oh, brand risk, yeah. Because, yeah, I've had 3 flavors total. Let's see. Blowhole, Sploosh, and thing, yeah. So it's like kind of going through them. I'm trying to get like, I'm not trying to get more of one I've already had. Because I just feel like that's just against the fun of it. But there you go. But I also just don't have the money to keep up doing it too much. I'll have, like, I order 2 and that will do me like 2-3 months. And then, like, I'll do that again. Because it's very expensive to order. I don't know what it's like now. It probably costs way more. Ever since, you know, insane choices were made. I bought that before I think most of it had really been implemented. So I didn't get hit by a huge thing. But it was still like $40 for shipping. Oh no, it was more than that. It was like 40, 60, somewhere around that. Alright. So I just want to double check. Heh. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. So do you do, Bow's kid at some point, The wolf puppies? Or is the, that's a redo planet. Here's the design list. There, Bowers. Let's see, because what was it? Yeah, it was the I need to be bred. I wonder how, like, if I'm looking at this, what do I want to change to this kit? And how would I, like, better describe it out? Gotta go, flight in 5 hours. Have fun with the flight, Jen. Make sure to get some rest and all. Flying can always be a stressful time, so... Inflation system. I mean, she's got that in her all. Right? Her ult literally, her ult literally has her inflating up with Bowberry. There's no way I couldn't have Bowberry in her kit. It's great. But yeah, I'll catch you later, Jen. Have good time, have good fun. I feel like there's still more creative things I can do with her character. It's mostly work, but I scheduled some vacay time. Good, good. Make sure to enjoy that and have a good time with it. Don't want to end up wasting it watching YouTube in a hotel. God, the temptation to have that be the case, eh? I know that feeling, where you're just like, I just kind of want to lie down today. Lying down is for when you get back. Just fuck around and do dumb shit. Get up, go walk, go find random food to try. It's always what I do when I'm, and that's the case. To be fair, I haven't traveled much in my life. I'd like to fix that one day. But traveling is expensive and time-consuming. Neither of which I have in great excess. Especially from your... Yeah. No, it's, like a grand one way, I think, to fly most places aside from Australia. Like, to give a good idea, how about you use this as a reference point? It's about as much as a GPU to fly one way. Like a good, like a decent-ish GPU for a computer. That is probably the best example I can give to how fucking expensive it can get. Like, it costs a PC for me to go travel somewhere. At least. Or around that. Not a small amount. There we go. That seems more interesting. Okay. that's a good point. I probably should make a good architecture for handling when we've got summons. Because I haven't set up leveling up in this yet. We should probably start prepping how that's going to look. Because we haven't even got, like, leveling up materials in this yet. So everything will start with level 0. That's very normal. Do that for the moment. Because it's going to change anyway, because we're going to have to put in a level up architecture as well for construction. Because I want to make that really, really robust. Because currently what we do is we have level up pass-through is an array. Yeah, it's a multi-leveled array. Because it's this inside of this bracket is what the first one will do. So this is, oh god, I have to try and remember this. The green brackets are level. The pink brackets are the individual things getting leveled. The red brackets is the total thing. The total array of things that can be leveled. Because each internal thing has a name. For each array point, it's a name and a value to go to that thing. Which we can probably make that faster internally. If we must. Actually, it would be very easy to make it faster internally, because what we'll do is we'll just make it so, actually. But where is the thing for setting up the levels now? Because there's a constructor or something for that. It's, yeah, this array here. Yeah, so it's written like that. This is a hard one, because like I want to move a little away from this, because this is kind of a little inefficient in ways, but like I don't know what a better version of this would be. Because so if we look at this like objectively, right? How this is kind of getting an input is let's go back to paint for a moment. how I'm inputting is I do the func here, and then it's first, each section. So we'll say 0, 1, like that. Each of these is going to be like, this is what you get for leveling up to level 2, technically. Right? So this is level 2, this would be level 3. And then it's kind of like that onwards, right? I still want to call them value number internal, because it's easier to hold and understand as a at the developing side. How do I want to hold these values, though? Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably handle this fairly similar. So I'm gonna make an array. So we're gonna add in level up array. And we're gonna make a function for doing this. And then we're going to have var and then this is going to be mostly the same, except I'm going to do some key differences. So we'll do a internal array. And then argument I j plus then we're gonna have if argument I j equals that equals 0. If value is equal to 0, no, it's not return, it's... what is the break out of it? Can't remember the code for a break. Is it literally just break? It's not return, because return is the thing I'm doing at the end. It's... I think it's break. It's not skip, is it? There we go. To end prematurely, loop of some kind will tell a switch statement to end at that point. Continue. Continue is what I want. There we go. Okay, so this is basically the same one, except it's going to get rid of a lot of chaff. That's what it's going to do. It should mean that, like, when leveling up, it will be a little bit more concise and it doesn't have to go through as many variables. It's a very mild efficiency thing, but it's definitely an efficiency thing that's probably just correct to do. So to explain it probably a little bit better, what I'm basically doing is if the value is going to be null or 0 or something like that, it's just going to skip putting it into the level up array. But it means that it's not gonna affect, like, this being the correct value. It's just meaning that I'm gonna skip putting that value into the array. So what was happening before is that, like, if I had, say, value 0 and value 1 were two values I had, so the first one and the second one, I have to write 0 or nothing for the first one, Then on the second one, I have to put in my value. And it meant that when it would go through the level up, it would have to do that first one, which does nothing. It just changes it by nothing. And then adds in that next one. And that will do the +1 or whatever for it is. So it changes the philosophy of how I view these numbers. Is that the first number is the most changed number, and the last number should be the least often changed number. Now this basically means the same sort of thing, still probably best, because it's just easier to write, but it means that I'm not filling it up with unnecessary data to hold in real time. It's like, again, it's one of those things of, this is a very mild efficiency sort of argument, but this becomes more useful when you get to like the later stages of it all. So like if we're talking like late game, when you've got multiple players, that's like a great example of when this will be less of a problem. Oh, like this would be better. It's higher case scenarios that will mean things are better. Yes, array, any. I mean, that's not incorrect. There we go. Actually, I wonder, can I do, it doesn't change anything that's there. What happens if I remove this? Interesting. Now I believe I put the name in brackets of this to allow it to be optional. Yes, that's how I make it optional. Parameter. I mean, it isn't any. Yeah, and do that. But make sure that we clarify the @return is an array inside of an array inside of an array that the one is holding an any. So the description for this is takes in value arrays. Oh, good. That's a good point. This actually needs to be array. Needs to be arrays internal. Yeah. Arrays of values to output and put there we go. Returns the values in an array. Then, with then each array in that holding what to do at each level, and then those arrays holding what each values to change and by what. It's a really word salady sort of way of explaining it, but I understand it. But yes, max level will always be 1 plus however long the level up array is. Which I believe is basically what I've got here. Yeah, it's the level up plus 1. Okay, so it doesn't like that, so I'll just copy this. By doing this with the default constructor, by the way, this basically means that it will return an empty array each time. So it will be an array length of 0, so by default, if I don't put anything for leveling it up, it will just create a non-leveling thing. So everything, again, the reason why you might go, well, why is default 1? Is because 0 is not equipped. We have 1 as an internal number to ensure that we know it's equipped. Because that's what we did with the previous one, and I still think that's a correct safety check, because it's basically, when it would go to level up, it would check all the variables against, things. And it would just go like, okay, what you're leveling up right now, what level is it? Is it level 0 when it's added to this list to level it up? It's level 0? Cool. We do the adding architecture. We do the stuff to add it to the thing. Oh, it's not 0? Cool. It means that we're taking something that's currently equipped and leveling it up. Also, this could be changed really quickly to just value equals, because we're just creating the same thing. We only care about if it's exactly, basically null, because keep in mind we're gonna have negative numbers go in, we're gonna have positive numbers go in, because like negative numbers to reduce cooldown, positive numbers to increase damage, as a short example. So we need to ensure that we're only absolutely caring about very specific numbers. Which is what we currently do over there. Again, this shouldn't change much other than being just a touch more efficient, in a way that will just give us a little bit more overhead when it comes to leveling up. Like, overall, the differences here are that I'm just passing through more structs, and doing things like a little bit more larger scale, but at that same time, it means that I can write things faster. And have more, like, guaranteed I know what I need to write where. Instead of, this, where it's like a list of long-standing things going in. Because, like, at this point in time, I've now changed it so this is a thing, this is mixed with this. A little bit. Trigger's not longer gonna exist. Description's been added to the other thing. Value array is now its own thing as well. Level up is slightly different. Then the rest of these can be added in different ways, as well as don't need to be added up. That's the other thing. Like, we've made it so a lot of these variables are going to become redundant, reducing how much, like, overhead there is. And it means, as well, I can do weapons way more uniquely if I choose to. Like, the aim with this setup that I have here is to change it from being like a highly structured build that I have to change every time I do something unique with it, to a system that accommodates, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this weapon that follows no functionality that previous weapons have. So it has no foundational formatting that pre-exists. I can do it in the weapon, that's done, and then I can add it as a more universal concept later down the line if I use it more than once. It is a lot more that needs to be added to this, but this slims out a lot of things and makes it easier to write it. Which, again, that is the aim when it comes to programming, is it's not per se making efficient code in the literal sense of the code being more efficient when run. It's making efficient code for editing and maintaining it. A good example of this is just, yeah, simply, this shit should run. Like, all of this will run because we know it will run because it's basically the same as this, just better. In a way that we know for absolute certainty. Well, it's better for me personally maintaining it. Again, that is the other point that needs to be acknowledged. This is a solo dev operation, so therefore I need to be careful because I just need to care about how I maintain it. And if someone else looks at the document, should they be able to actually understand kind of what's looking at? Because, you know, sometimes I might need some advice from people. That's why I say, like, this description here is really rough, but, like, it makes, like, the return description here, it's rough, but, like, it makes enough sense that if you're looking at it in the code and with context, it will be fine. Like, it's probably the best example of someone might need to see it in action, or, like, see where I've written it and it's working, and then look at all this stuff and they're like, oh, you know, I get that. Right? That's important. Ah, yes. The fish that wants to burn the... Oh god, yeah, fucking... I don't think I've talked about it, but I am very excited for the upcoming Star Rail stuff. Where you're getting fucking Fate. Let's fucking go. We're getting Saber and Archer. And I know that's a real fucking terrible way of explaining the characters, but we know what I'm talking about with that. Fate, Stay Night, Archer, and Saber. I am definitely interested to see where that goes. Apparently we're getting Archer for free as well, which is gonna be great. I don't know what their kits are. I've seen the animation for Artoria's ult, though. Or Saber's ult, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And that looks pretty spicy. I don't really care about her, though, I'll be honest. I care more about Archer. He's the first quantum male in the game. It's yay, finally. Ugh. I think he's Hunt Quantum? From memory? Because it's Hunt Quantum and Wind Destruction for Saber, I think. I mean, I'm happy with my Quantum Remembrance lady that I got now, which is Casterus. Because you can't give me a character that wields a scythe and has a fucking dragon and not, like, go, hey, do you want this? I'm like, yeah, I do. Gotcha games, exactly. Got your wallet, haha. To be fair, I haven't spent, like, much money in it for, like, a year. So, I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I can't say I haven't spent money in it recently, because when I moved, after I had, like, a lot more spare change, I did buy, like, the fucking battle pass and the, like, daily recruit, the daily increase that you get. That's about it. I love they bleed your wallet dry, in exchange they give you Dragon Waifu. I mean, that's a pretty good exchange. I like the PNG, okay? I spend money for PNG, I'm happy. No, I didn't spend any money for Casterus, and I've got her like Conan to E1. Oh no, E0, sorry. So I'm happy. I'm not gonna roll anymore. I have no reason to. I get no benefit from rolling right now, so I'll just leave it alone. I'm probably just gonna save up until the Fate collab comes out, and then I'll get those characters. Or go after those characters, I should say. But I think they, from what I've seen, they've done a lot of justice to the original designs. Like, if you haven't seen Artoria's ult yet, give me a sec. I'll see if I can find a version of it quickly. Actually, what am I doing? I can probably just go, okay, Star Rail Fate collab.
この明かりは星の希望、地を照らす命の証。見るがいい。エクスカリバー。
Yeah, so that's the advertisement for it. I think that's really pretty, what they've done with it. I think they did a good job with the alt. If you're wondering what that read was, it's like, oh, this is an exclusive 5-star character, yada yada yada, and Archer is, you get a copy of him for free for logging in during the event. So yeah, you get Archer for free. And you just have to roll for Saber. And I'm gonna be real with you, I like Archer way more than I like Saber in that universe. Saber can go suck a I mean, both can suck dick, but you know. Anyway. Well, computer lagged a lot there. I don't know what I want to do for this bit, yeah. Okay, oh yeah, I was gonna do this cooldown calculation. I have a cooldown calculation in here. Cooldown rate. So I'm gonna need, let's see. Oh yeah, I need to do clamp. I forgot I need to do a clamp. So the cooldown goes in, whether it's checking for global is there, or whether it's checking for the player's value is there, additional is there, and then, okay, let's write this up a little bit differently, because... And then, equals point. Oh no, what is the min clamp gonna have to be? I can't have a go below probably. It's gotta be a frame rate value, basically. Right? Because we can't have it, like, fuck up with the frame rate. So, the value cannot go below, let's think on this. I want to make this quite future-proofed as well, so I'm just like trying to think, because I think it's FPS real returns one of the values I kind of care about, because that's the current actual FPS of the game. Two main ways that can be used to tell the speed at which your game runs. The game speed, as specified in game options, and the FPS frames per second. These values are often confused, but basically one is the number of game steps the game maker is supposed to be completing in a second, game speed, while the other is the number of CPU steps the game maker is actually completing in a second, the real FPS. And this value is generally more higher than the game's speed, but will drop as your game gets more complex and uses more processing power to match the set room speed. Okay. Let's see. So you can up to a maximum value of the room speed itself. To get the true FPS, i.e. the actual number of CPU steps per game step, use FPS real. So I care about FPS is what I want. So what I'm gonna want is, I'm gonna have to do a thing for this actually. So I'm gonna just write a function really quickly. Function, I'm gonna call it, so, if FPS real is equal to or less than, if it's less than or equal to, FPS, use FPS real. So... because I'm going to translate everything into frames now. Something that I've done a lot in the past is I was using a lot of time sources. I think that was hurting the game more than I thought it would be. That's why I'm going to set up architecture to translate writing seconds into frames, which is why something like this is going to be very important, is a lot of like that sort of thing. Because I want to be able to write seconds. I don't want to write frames. I am going to do better if I remember seconds, because it means if I decide to change the FPS of the game at any given point, it will deal with it. Okay, so this means if it is less than what the frames should be, then we'll use FPS real. So if I pull up calculator, okay. I don't remember what ordering I'm doing for this. So if it's, say, 30 divided by 30, that's going to equal 1. If it's 27 divided by 30, what do we get? We get 0.9. Okay, so what if we do it as 30 divided by 27? That's what I want. Actually, that's all that should matter, is that version of it. Because we do that. Then we do return game get speed game speed FPS divided by FPS. Cool, we'll do that. Alright, so this is where we get to some really weird stuff. Just gonna do this for the moment. Why am I doing that? Should just be that then, right? Oh no, I remember, because this is in case I want to do something weird with this. We'll move this later. That's what we're gonna have to do. Yeah. So let's do a quick translator as well. So function. Oh no, it's not frame to seconds, it's seconds to frame. So I'm gonna need to get okay, so I'm gonna need to do some weird stuff here. To say I've got 6 seconds. It's third number. It's 6th number. So I need to take. Let's see. So var time equals value times it'd be that. And then we need to take says get the game speed using microseconds per frame. So we need to find out how many frames that's gonna be. So let's use a really shitty calculation to get there. So we've got 60, so we'll say it's a 6-second cooldown, so we should be at this. So then I need to divide by 33333. No. This is not what I needed. Because that is how many... Why am I, like, completely fucking this up? No, cause, oh god, how do I do the math for this? I actually think I need to look up straight up the conversion thing for this. Convert seconds into frames. So say it's frame rate is 30 and it's 6 seconds. 180 frames. Okay, but I'd love to see the actual calculation for this. Is it literally times? Okay. Oh, for God's sakes, I'm stupid as hell. I mean, yes and no, right? Because I want to go against game speed. I need to check game speed. But I guess I don't really need to. Because all I might need to do is... do this times... speed, game speed, FPS, then thanks for being terribly set up for. So this is the S is seconds, F is the total number of frames, FPS is the E frame rate. So I'm switching this. Get the total number of frames. So I need to, yeah, it's just times. Cool. So that's how many frames it will be. So yeah. I need to be careful of the game speed changing, though. So I think I'm still gonna hold the value as a second, but I'm gonna have to convert it in real time. Oh, that's really awful to have to do. Because I'd have to convert the reduction. Per frame. Yeah, that's why it's like asking what am I trying to do is not helpful as well, because I'm just like, I don't quite know what I'm doing, or quite what I want to do. It's how I want to handle this. I'm thinking of how I'm handling cooldown, but I'm going to handle it via frame rate. But I want to be able to write in seconds. And I'm trying to figure out at what point in time do I want to have the conversion handled, and where the reduction will be. I think the correct thing to do is to actually get, let's go back to the core quickly. That'll be text. Let's draw text. Coordinates, string, FPS, launch the game. It takes a long time to build because of the Steam integration stuff. I could probably soft disable some of that. Alright. To speed up the testing process, I guess could be an argument to be done. Because yeah, almost like all of this time is just the Steam launch. It's because there's not really much else to launch, it's just a few variables. And an INI setup, but that's already been set up, so there's very little initialization that has been done each time. When it fucking decides to launch. The side of the century would be nice. Like, I know you've initialized successfully. I can see that. Now just launch. It's taking like 3 minutes to launch a goddamn blank screen with some text. My lord. Alright, so yeah, I want to use this to try and figure something out. What value I should be using. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a global value where it's going to be how much the cooldowns are reduced by on the player's end. And it's going to be based on the FPS. So it's basically, it'll be what was your last time between frame, remove that from the the second amount of time as a determining factor. So that way it calculates out, like, it's no longer actually caring about your frame rate, it's caring about the time between frames. And it'll reduce by that much. So it means that lag shouldn't fuck up the thing, because it will no longer care about time, it will care about frames. And it will actually calculate against the frame drops if you lag. Did you want to convert no, it was the other way around. I was wanting to convert seconds into frame timings to better, like, handle it, but it wasn't quite right what I wanted. That's why I said, like, I can't describe what I want. I can describe what I'm kind of aiming for. And that's why it's like, it's just better if I just do a little bit of soft experimenting right now. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, that might be why. Viewports, enable viewports, viewport 1, visible. I think that was why that didn't work there. Oh, you're gonna take fucking forever to build again, aren't you? when you haven't turned on foundational things. It's like bright to GUI, don't have a GUI. So I don't have a viewport. But yeah, it's just trying to figure out a really weird system that I want to do that's completely unnecessary. Because there's several ways of doing this more effectively, but I want to try and make it universal or easier to handle universally. Because you can, there's easy enough ways to check what the time between last frame was. There's several, like there's dozens of ways. There's a lot. So it's trying to figure out the way that I feel will work the best for the given context of the cooldown specifically, but like I want it to also be usable in other context as well for handling decisions being made. Because, yeah, like, converting, time to frames and shit like that's actually very easy, and I forgot that it's as easy as it was, and that's why I was like, no, this is not what I want. The moment I figured it out, it's like, yeah, no, that's not what I need. That's why it's like, it's hard to quite nail what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to think the best way to also explain what I'm talking about. It's just finding a way, at the end of the day, for cooldowns to be ticked down in a way that feels nice, and accommodates for lag. And it means that it's doing it dynamically, so if, for example, I choose to allow the player to be able to change their frame rate during a run, which is really stupid, but could happen. If you change from 30 to 60, it doesn't just fuck all of your abilities all of a sudden. Or like flickering it basically means that if you do it at the correct timings, it's optimal strategies. We don't want any of that shit. That's why I'm like, I want to check the last frame time, I think, is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to look for frame time. And reduce it by that. I just want to know what values I should be looking at for that specifically. In the more comfortable way of doing it for me. It'd be really nice if this program didn't take like 6 minutes to launch though. The weakness of streaming is how long this takes to launch. Also the Steamworks stuff, but you know. It's primarily Steamworks doing a lot of dumpster to it. Yawning. Tired, sleepy. Alright, now it's gonna run the game. There we go. You do sound tired. Yeah, it's... I don't know what's even going on at the moment with that. How is this not turning up on screen? Oh, alright. I'm just gonna be even lazier then. Alright. Let's try that. Oh. Oh yeah, no. Fun little side note while we're waiting for this to load and all. My landlord has finally got his PS5 back, and he has said openly, as long as I talk with him about it or before time and all that, especially during like the week, if I want to stream and play PS5 games, especially from his collection that he has a lot of, he is pretty cool with it. So we might be able to play some games I was not expecting to add to the list. He does have the entire Soulsborne or From Software library, so that's a fucking a time and a half. But you know, he's got a few games on there that I'm like, ooh, that might be interesting to do. Like some of the later Final Fantasies. That's a nice landlord. I mean, it's flatmate, landlord, and mate, right? Like, he's a good... my two landlords, one of them is someone I've known since high school, and someone that was at high school at the same time. I just never really met them. And we're all, like, pretty chill. Like, we just... I think a good example of kind of how chill it is, I realized this the other day. So I bought like a $60 card for my landlord. One of the cards at the LGS while I was there. And he's just like, I send him a photo of it. I'm like, here's the card you were asking for. And he's like, oh, cool. I'll buy that some later time. I'm like, nah, I already bought it for you, mate. He's like, cool, thanks. And, like, he's like, yeah, is there any of the other cards? I'm like, nah, sadly, this is the only one I could find. He's like, cool. Came back, he's like, very, very thankful for it and all that. And I'm like, cool, yeah, I mean, you have card now. You wanted card. I made dinner for them multiple nights as well. Unprompted, which is really funny to him. As well as, like, he's someone else that's actually done, like, food-related training, which is really, really cool, because it means that both of us actually can, like, go, nah, we do know how to make real competent meals. And we can bounce ideas off each other, as well as just, yeah, no, straight up, we spent a lot of time. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing, is he just likes the meals I make as well. Hey, yeah, how's it going? But yeah, it's good times. It's nice being able to live with, like, a group of people I know and understand. I mean, they are basically my same, well, they're like a year older than me, if that gives an idea. So, same age bracket, which is nice. We're all millennials. We're all very tired and grumpy. Yeah, no, fucking, so that'll be nice to be able to maybe do some stuff with that in the future. I'm not sure what I will play. I mean, for now, I'm gonna prioritize playing stuff that I can play without having to move shit. I don't know, it's just, that's part of my brain of, if I don't have to, I won't. But the Final Fantasy games are definitely the more tempting of the lot, because that was always going to be a question of how I was going to handle that, because I didn't really want to have to go buy all of them as well. Some of those get really expensive. I'll double check, because I know he has, like, was it Remake and Rebirth for Final Fantasy VII? I don't know if he's got, like, an original version, or a more original version. Because I know that's what people said that I should play if I was going to play it. Oh, that would explain that stuff way more. I'm an idiot. The object doesn't fucking exist. So of course it's not gonna display info. God, I'm a tool. This is the problem with having it set up so roughly at the beginning, is I actually straight up just forget what's here. Yeah, I didn't have the game manager object in the game yet. Actually, no, this is probably should still be set to visible. I'm disappointed in myself with that one. Alright, Ooh, it's coming up to lunchtime. I am gonna have to... What am I gonna do for lunch? I'm probably just gonna have leftovers. I still have plenty of fish and chips left. I just want to get this, like, sorted. That's a nice oopsie, but you know these sorts of things always take more time than we would ever want to admit. Oh yeah, no. It's... the worst part about, like, when you get to a specific level or understanding of programming is you are more likely to spend longer periods of time on more basic problems because you're too busy thinking it must be something bigger. Like, you will write a variable wrong and you will rewrite your code several times to accommodate for it somehow, and then realize you just wrote a singular thing slightly wrong and it didn't come up with a red squiggly line underneath it. And you're like, cool, I end the world now. Like, it is one of the most frustrating parts with programming at a specific point. I don't think that's ever gonna truly change either. it should launch, and it should have a display for it in the top left corner. For the real-time FPS. Not the Steam one, the normal, or the in version. That's what I care about. Ugh. Alright. Let's see if I'm not completely stupid anymore. Yep, there we go. Now it's displaying it. Yeah, that's what I think. That's... yeah, okay. Alright. That does tell me a lot about what I need to do. Because I'm gonna need... it's XY, right? Is there an easy way for me to disable this quickly? Let's do this for a moment. I think if I do this, this should disable it. Yep, cool. Ah, that does not do enough for me. Okay, let's make this 10, let's make this 20. There we go. Just toggle it off while we're doing debugging so we're no longer popping into Steam, which is basically increasing the amount of load time by like 5-6 minutes per time we're running it. Doesn't mean I need to remember to re-enable that later, but that's not a high priority for a while. Okay, so this is, I think, the current acting FPS that I'm working with. This is the current actual FPS. So this is the actual FPS. This is the acting FPS. This is the expected FPS. I'm also just gonna spread these apart a little bit. This is just gonna be easier to... Okay, Okay. So, what if I had a value to check? Will this instantly disappear, or will this take a while? Oh wait, no. I need to cancel because I haven't actually got it displaying yet. There we go. This is like baby's first fucking experiments, but like, it's ones that I want to know what I'm working with in a really specific way. Okay, so yeah, it's caring about the FPS, not the real FPS when it comes to actual steps. It's capped at that. That's really important to know. Because otherwise it would have instantly disappeared if it was caring about the real FPS. So real FPS in a sense is what, like, my FPS cap could be. If we just left it. But we've got cap. We've got a cap of 60. So that makes it really, really easy to work with, because I just need to then, check the time in between frames. Because I need your delta time. That's what I'm looking for. Because if we do this, I think I can just do... it's... delta time. One, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I think that's how I get delta time correctly. Totally fair, FPS is a real confusing name. Yeah, FPS Real's an interesting one, because I see what they're trying to do with it, but it's also like, it's a bit weird. It's been too long since I've worked with delta time correctly, so that's why I was just forgetting the necessary stuff I needed for all this. Yeah, so that's looking correct. Good. Awesome. So that means what I'll do with cooldowns is I will minus it by that variable. Because that will be a constant moving variable that will accommodate for the issues that I might have. So yeah, when I reduce a cooldown, I reduce it by that value there, which I'll probably make like a function for that, just to make it so I can call that and not have to write delta time every time. Nah, I get what you want to do. You see why I was like, no matter how I explain it, I'm probably never gonna get it right. Until I get all of the stuff in my head myself. It's a hard one. Because I can also just, let's see. Game set speed to 30. Game speed FPS. So if I do this instead, we're gonna have 30 FPS instead of 60 FPS. Not that that's really beneficial or anything, it's just an acknowledgement of what happens and the difference that will occur with that. Huh. Interesting. Seems to be lagging a little bit now. I'll play around with that later. That's not too much of a concern right now. So that means we don't need that. Does mean I can change this to caring about the delta time instead, which will probably be better. So there we go. Not gonna like that? No. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to The problem is this could be bad because this could lag and it cause a problem. So let's actually undo this. I think this gets kept, but not quite this way. So this is how many per frame. So what happens if I say get 30 divided by, what's it, 27 equals that, and times 6. Good, well, I don't know. Times 30 equals that. it's got that. How do I want to handle the minimization actions? Okay. If I do this. Okay, that should give me what I want. Because it should be 1 divided by 27 equals... Yeah. Cool. Why are you over there? Get back onto the screen you're supposed to be on. Alright. So, now what I've done is I've made the expected frame rate, or the expected delta time, the minimum clamp, if left default. So, by saying expected delta time, it basically means if... kind of when the thing is done, so it still doesn't accommodate perfectly for lag, because it's not going to be actively updating constantly. It does mean if you lag a shitload, it'll take a lot longer in frames. But if it's like irregular lag, then you're kind of fucked. So I'll need to see what I can do about that. It's probably gonna be like, this is a value that I set somewhere, for the player, and it changes anytime, like, the value would be different, sort of thing. So, it's not likely to be min clamp is gonna actually be pulling this. It's gonna be min clamp is pulling from a location where this is, to check if this is a regular. Otherwise, pull that value. And then I'll have, probably something to double check against that. Actually, I should probably just be checking it against game speed, right? So this isn't caring about real FPS anymore, or like active FPS, it's just doing this. Yeah, that'll just give me a generalized expectation for the delta time. And it's a much more lightweight framework to work with. I can also, like, again, I'll probably set this as a value somewhere, and then I'll make it, if you, per se, change the game speed, it'll reset this value. Instead of having to call this function constantly, it just call... but that's actually the weird thing. Technically, a function call like this is probably more lightweight than referencing another object. Unless I'm putting it to global, but that's basically an object reference. And that still can be quite a lot of unnecessary data held. I'll see. I'll see. But either way, we're going to use this a lot more to be checking against stuff. So that'll be very useful. I'll need to obviously set up some of this stuff separate locations and actually give this proper descriptions and commenting like what we've done here today. I feel like I've done a pretty decent job aside from like this, I guess, but this is kind of self-explanatory. Will game get speed thing return different values? It should only so that is what the game is set up to believe should be the FPS cap. It will not, that value will not change unless I change the FPS cap. So what we had in like here, you see this where I set it to 30. This is an example of that. Is if I don't change this, it will only be 60. I can go into settings and change it manually there as well, as the default. But it's like, it's a variable that is not going to change unless I specifically tell it to. It is not your current FPS, nor your real FPS. So keep in mind, so real FPS is how many steps your CPU is taking on the game. FPS is how many steps it's taking for the game. And then, so what that difference is basically, what is your potential, what is your current? The game is capping it at 60, so FPS should not go above 60. Real FPS will go into the hundreds of thousands of billions of trillions or whatever the fuck you've got for your CPU. For us, when I'm running it, it goes quite high, but not excessively. But that's because I do actually have a decent CPU, and when it's not getting completely dumpstered by streaming, it'll probably be an absurd number. So that's why it's like, these are the three variables that matter. This is what it can be, this is what it is, this is what it should be. Think of it kind of like that. But I can change it. I can change this at any time. So there is an argument to be made. I can just make a setting that's set it to 30, set it to 60. Don't know if I will, but it's the fact that I have that as an option. And that's kind of what I'm building around as well, as in case I need to use that option. That's why I'm saying, like, it's probably an argument of whether or not I think this is more lightweight to do here. or to do it in a singular location and reference that constantly. Because referencing in Game Maker is really, really more intensive than it should be. So referencing another object, or a variable in a global space. Actually, variable in global space is fine, so I'll probably do that. I'll probably have it set a global variable for the player. Because global variables are set per player, not set per, for the server. As long as you don't hold it on the server, I guess. So I can just have that inside the player variables and set it all up there. Tis the intention. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid bit of progress made on the initial stuff for skills, though. That took a couple of hours to get done. I'm sad we didn't end up doing any more art. Oh well, a little sad. Not overly sad. One of these days I'll finish this. It's not as essential to get done now, though. Because, I got time before we're even gonna be implementing characters again. Like, will I have something in? Sure. But, like, characters and skins and all that stuff, that's gonna be a hot minute till that comes in. It's gonna be a hot fucking minute. Oh shit, I just fucking punched my phone again. There we go. Alright. I think I'm gonna call it there for today, because, like I said, this is gonna be a bit of a chill day. It's about lunch, so I'm kinda hungry. So I think that's a pretty good shout. And then, just as a reminder, Bloodborne's gonna be for the rest of the week until we finish with it, and then we'll move on to the next game. It is just on there because I don't know how long it's gonna take. I don't even know if we get done this week. We don't know. We will see. So, hope everyone enjoyed today. I hope everyone's had a good time. Where was I again? What is it? Yeah, so thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time.